Hello and welcome to the stream. I'm gonna wait a bit to see if anybody shows up before explaining what I'm going to be doing. Those of you watching on YouTube, just skip ahead. I'm not sure how long it'll take. Honestly, I'm going to start in about a minute, so just skip ahead about a minute. Okay, let's start. Ah, thank goodness that worked. I've been worried that things wouldn't go the exact way I needed them to. I've just had a few moments where things haven't just kicked off. Like, for some reason, I just seem to have problems with the stream wanting to go. Okay. So, order of business. I need to let my dog out. I know, immediately. I'm gonna quickly do that, so I'll be right back. Sorry. She's an indecisive puppy, and I love her, but this happens every stream. Okay. So, there was another supplemental stream, which I actually got out on time. And before this. And I did that supplemental stream yesterday. Or, not stream, video. It was a supplemental video. Sorry, I'm working on, I think, about 4 hours of sleep. It was not easy to get to sleep last night. So, quickly move some NPCs to the technically surface snow, and am doing a little trick just in case this was ever changed and the Terraria wiki is wrong. But, apparently, you can have the Goblin Tinkerer in the snow biome, and yeah, no, that's about right. You can have the mechanic next to him, and the mechanic will like the snow and understand it as snow. The Goblin Tinkerer won't care, but will like that the mechanic is nearby. So hopefully I built these two close together. I think they're close enough. So, order of business for today. I need to fight the Queen Bee, because I haven't done that yet. And out of everything, the only real thing I could use in this situation to give myself any sort of, like, benefit would probably be to fight Skeletron first. Just deposit everything, except for the pig. And stuff for wood platforms. Since in the pig, I have a jungle campfire, And I need to make the other stuff again. Okay, materials. Do I... Oh yeah, I probably put the chain somewhere else. Yep. I use chains in building, as you could see. So, I forgot that I used up one of my heart lanterns in making the Skeletron arena. So let's just grab another star in the bottle. I mean, I might as well carry the supplies on me. I'm going to need platforms as well. But before that, I need to take from my potion supplies just the potions for fighting the queen bee. And I'm going to use this heart reach potion before the queen bee. Danger sense, night owl. Where are any of the other ones? Just grab a healing potion for kicks, and because it's genuinely useful. So now, shine potion. The mana potions. I need an iron skin, which is why I wanted to hold off on using much of the ore. I don't know exactly how much I need. Okay, one per, so let's just make one, keep it on our person, toss the rest in here. I like to keep things organized by how useful it is. Okay. Let's figure out exactly what else I need. Got the potions. Fighting the queen bee so I don't have to rush over to the jungle immediately. I was kind of just going to place down a bunch of regular wooden platforms, but I realize I used all of them. Or I just shoved them into the gold chest I placed down a couple seconds ago. No, use them all. And the thing is... Okay, I was just being bad with where I was storing stuff. The thing is, I want to have as many platforms as possible for this because I don't know how big this arena is going to be. So there's my main platform. Bamboo is incredibly easy to get. It's not actually that difficult to find. And I've been working on trying to get some of the gravestones picked up. As well, I switched out an accessory. I don't have my Shield of Cthulhu anymore. And that is partly due to... I want the Band of Mana Regeneration because it increases regen rate, and that stacks with the potion and the Star in a Bottle. The other thing is that maximum mana increase. I am at 320 mana. But I'd like to reforge it. As well as my Intrepid Wings. Also the Worm Scarf. But I'll take Arcane. That is way too expensive to reforge. That's cheap to reforge. I'll take Armored. Mana Flower. Lucky is pretty good. So, if I have enough left, I do not. Unless I want to sell him some of the stars, but unless they build a unless they build a sky bridge, it's not going to be worth it. I got the jungle pylon. I built the painter home, so I have an open space for the dryad. Let's try and find out exactly where the closest hive is. Because I found a couple, but I can never seem to find my way back to them. Oh, and of course, in the chat I pasted the... Sorry. I pasted in the story thus far. And that's just the written story for Manch the Mystic. Okay, so there's 2 ones. So head to the right, then just head straight down. And in addition to sleep problems, I think I might be coming down with something. I'm not too sure. All I know is I've been feeling worse and worse. Like, wanting to throw up worse. And I don't even have the nice sweet ambrosia that I normally drink. Which, to avoid any sense of confusion, it's just pomegranate juice. I always have this bad habit of never restocking my torches. Okay, that could have been bad. Up here. I will quickly chop down this tree, because if I fight a slime along the way, I should be able to get some extra slime. Actually, I would be able to get some extra slime. Well. Oh, and looking it over on the supplemental video, I'm so sorry to all of you poor people who have to hear the rapid and frantic clicking of my mouse. Okay. Well, I just kind of need to go. I'm not sure if jungle slimes drop slime. Mostly because of the spiked slimes. Like, I'm not sure how they change things. No, I need to head straight down. So, I actually need to head under the water. Okay, yeah. Quickly find... Okay. No. This is why I have to be careful. I don't like the jungle at all. Pre-hard mode or in hard mode? It just kind of is the worst. And it's partially just due to the thorns. Wait. It's auto fire? The fact that I'm learning that just now is cause enough for like a moan. Oh no, this guy's the one I'm watching play Terraria. torch with me. Okay. Well, this is... I can't use the Vile Thorn here. I mean, I can, but I really shouldn't. And I'm just going to hold down my pickaxe because honestly, that's one of the safest ways for me to do anything. Okay. This is not a lot of room to work with. But I planned on opening it up, and that's what I'm going to do. I would normally have, like, explosives to use for this. But honestly, that creates way too many bees. Having said that, I make a ton of bees. And right now, I just need to set up, like, light infrastructure so that then I don't kill them dead. Besides, I need a ton of vertical room. As I found through prior experience in queen bee fights, the queen bee seems to have this whole thing with being just outside range. Like, she likes to sit in blocks where you can't get her. Oh, cool. Coffee. That actually does help a bit. Okay. Had to quickly throw a Vile Thorn blast in there. Put that right there. Why not? And yeah, this is way too small. I got some water in there, so some honey blocks were created. And I'm just using the campfire because it's one of my only ways of seeing anything. The debate on digging down versus digging up is something. Digging up, I have a lot of water to deal with. Digging down, I could just use explosive. As without any fear of harming the larva. And I'm being very meticulous, seeing as I don't want to spawn the queen bee prematurely. I always tense up when a bunch of bees spawn because I'm always worried that they are able to set off the larva. So yeah, I think digging down is a better option than trying to dig up. I do want digging up to be a bit less of a chore. And I definitely would like to have as much clear space as possible. So, digging down, this should be a good enough spot to drop some explosives. This is what I was talking about with using explosives. You have to be very careful. Especially if you don't know where the larva is. Because you could very, very easily just set it off on accident. Yep. There we go. Loads of bees. And of course, along the way, during my construction, I want to keep the honey close. Since, hey, fighting the queen bee, you have to fight it near the hive or using a beemination on above ground jungle. But I don't know if that causes her... Yeah, I think in the above ground jungle, the queen bee frenzies, kind of like how Duke Fishron does. Or, well, exactly like how Duke Fishron does. So... let's get this done. So, right about here. Have some delay in between those. Yep. I'm just never looking forward to this. Just never. It's honestly a huge pain to set up an arena. If you get a small enough hive, if you end up with what I have to do, blowing open as big of an area as possible. Storm bottle. And that means you could easily lose all your honey because of hole in the ground. Oh, hey, jungle torches. That actually helps a lot. Yeah, let's remove the honey blocks, since I'll need them to make a beam of nations. Let's take care of this. One of the only ways I know how, which is just dig out the area. So, I still have a good bit of work to do. I wanted to do this on the supplemental video, but I wasn't able to get that done. And with this being the topmost layer, I will have to dig down a fair whack. Just, it's not going to be easy to get this taken care of. Especially with how many enemies end up spawning. And I have to use the Vile Thorn, because I have an equal likelihood of setting off the larva with the Vile Thorn at close range than I do at just wildly firing like I normally do with things such as the Amber Staff. So let's continue blowing up the jungle as we set up our Queen Bee arena. So, who else uses this strategy of just blow open a massive space for your underground boss fights? Because out of everything, I know for a fact that one of the only fights that is an underground only fight is the Queen Bee. And I would love more fights like the Queen Bee. Just because, I mean, it incentivizes you to use the area to your advantage. And sometimes that's not possible. Other times, it's a bit of a thing, but you can generally make an arena that is usable. So let's get some other platforms going and just take out this jungle slime. So roughly, I have a lot more mobility than I would normally have. So let's go roughly there, figure out the ruler. Oh, cool. 10 blocks in between. Or, 9 blocks, I think. Yeah, 9 blocks in between. That's fine. Okay, that... I need to get rid of that. So... I want to get something across for anybody playing Summoner. If you're planning an early Queen Bee fight, like before you have the newer Summoner armor, or, you know, the Flinks fur coat and such. Before you have that, and you decide to fight the Queen Bee, don't bother with the Flinks fur coat afterwards unless you want to collect the summon equipment. Just because the Flinks fur coat will net you, I believe it's 2 extra summons. And while useful, if you go after the Queen Bee, you have to be on point with making sure your summons don't spawn it. I don't have to be the first to tell people who play Summoner. Don't just let your summons run rampant while defending you around a larva. It will get you killed. It's like Warriors and Star Furies. You don't just swing Star Fury willy-nilly around bee hives. And that's mostly to avoid a premature death by accidentally spawning in the Queen Bee. As for other classes, ranged characters just need to worry about accidentally summoning it with any shot type that ricochets. So be careful with your meteor shot and you'll generally be fine. But summoners and pretty much every class, now that I think about it, have a way of not spawning the Queen Bee by accident. Only thing is, it's kind of a random chance to not do that. And I'm not talking, oh, the summons just don't go out for blood. It's actually something that I don't believe I've shown because I haven't played Summoner or on stream yet. But you can envelop the larva in a safety box and your summons won't hit it, so long as their attacks don't go through blocks. Okay. That was just starting to irritate me. Ah, that was a property. Source block. Let's see. Any further out to the left? I would love to have like a quick honey spot. Okay, that should fill up with a bit more honey because I do want to use as much room as I can. And right now I have a very vertical arena, but I don't have much horizontal space to work with. And that's out of laziness to go farther left. But also, as you can tell, I'm having a slight bit of difficulty from the local inhabitants of the jungle. They're a bit aggravated, if you could not tell. So, let's just quickly do this. And now this just gives me some more space. I'm going to take the opportunity to block up the leftmost path. Like what I did with the floor. And that's just so that then I don't get swarmed by enemies as much as I was. And I have ended up making Queen Bee arenas big enough that other mobs spawn. And it's just because the arena extends out to an area that is wide open, and I wasn't expecting that, so I end up building a massive arena to fight the Queen Bee in. But then it gives me a problem because, well, it's a massive arena to fight the Queen Bee in. You kind of need the right size, otherwise the enemies will continue to spawn while you fight, and then you have a problem. Okay, so this could be covered by one campfire right about here, and if I want the best chance, first or second layer's kind of pushing it. Let's quickly line out a bit more of this. Yeah, that should be far enough in. Explosives. I could be wrong and it's a couple blocks. Nope. That was actually pretty on point. And yeah, this is what I mean. I have a bunch of enemies in the bottommost section. And it's because they spawn while I'm high up above them. And it causes issues. Because they'll spawn mid-fight. And just wreck your day. Okay, now I'm just veering off to the left, so let's get this wall torn down. And that right there. Let's get some more walls going, or platforms. Let's get some more platforms. Moving off to the left. Or right. Yeah, I'm pretty close to just passing out, honestly. I don't know how I'm keeping on, just... If I'm not as energetic as I am with my other streams, sorry. Can't do much about it. So let's get that all good and done. And to avoid anything else popping up unannounced and intrusively, let's just get that. Place down the pig. Stack everything that I don't need. Deposit everything else. And yeah, in that supplemental video, I did get the Celestial Magnet, which I would like for this fight, but it's pretty hard to get on any other accessories. Could have made the magnet flower, I think it's called. But honestly, I don't need the magnet flower at all. And personally, I'd rather have the Destroyer's emblem, or the Celestial emblem. I can't remember what it's called. Well, it's just what you get for combining the plus 12% flat damage to everything with the magnet. So it increases magic damage by about 15%, while everything else is kind of ignored. Just quickly checking stuff. Okay, let's get this fight underway. Bring it on. Yeah, that's not too great. Jump right into it. Let's get some honey going. Yeah, I'm pretty terrible when it comes to dodging. The charges, at least. That's a bit better damage. Yep, there we go. That's why I definitely need Vile Thorn for this fight. And I want to save as much as I possibly can of the Mana Stars, so that then I can just gun her down with as much magic stuff as possible. Obviously, what I want from the fight would be the bee gun, but my chances of getting that are pretty slim and just down to luck. Okay, just fire a couple Vile Thorns. And by a couple, I mean a lot. And technically, there is a way to build an arena that allows you to fight the Queen Bee pretty much just using the Vile Thorn and not having to worry about the poison shots. Really, the best point for me is when she summons a bunch of the smaller bees. Oh, that was quick. And she gets faster the lower her health is, so I have to worry a lot about anything that involves just staying still. Because she could very quickly overpower me just through speed alone. I need to reapply honey. And yeah. Now that I know I can rapid fire the Amber Staff, I actually have a good chance at this without developing carpal tunnel. You know the thing every video gamer faces at one point or another. At one point in time or the other. Oh, cool. A traveling merchant has arrived. Thankfully, my damage output, oh god, is pretty good, and okay, some slight movement tech there. Just duck under the Queen Bee as she charges. Yeah, I think the Amber Staff is doing the bulk of work, since I can generally hit her anywhere, and the Vile Thorn is more there for support. Like, I'm being overwhelmed by... Yeah, that was bad. I needed her to switch levels. The Vile Thorn's more there for the smaller bees. Okay, honey is back on. Yep, mages in a nutshell. If you have a direct target attack, then aim directly at where the target's going to be if they move a lot. Otherwise, if it's a Skeletron/Prime situation, you just hit roughly where they are. Yeah, right there is where I needed to use the Vilethorn because it was way too many enemies. Plus, with the Vilethorn, I can just kind of indiscriminately fire and roughly hit my target. Yep. Starting to get a bit more hectic of a fight. Yep. Yep. Poison is something you always have to manage. Thankfully, because you fight the queen bee in a hive, it teaches the player how to use the honey effectively, and the fact that honey basically nullifies poison. Up. Okay. I have a heal at the ready. I still have all my buffs, I think. Or... no, I'm missing mana power, I believe. And this is why I saved the Heart Reach. So, if it doesn't seem like it's that bad of a fight, understand that I have a Heart Reach potion on. So, that's kind of why hearts haven't seemed to appear at all. Or if they do, they're immediately gone. I'm immediately picking them up. Okay. Oh, that is not great. Then again, it's not a good Vilethorn. Oh. Vilethorn away. I quite like my staff. It is helpful. It does damage. She gets a lot of defense when she charges, by the way. So it's more your time to slightly relax. That is when you really want to go in on hitting the queen as much as possible. Yep, there we go. We're at rapid fire. This is where I would die most times because now it's a damage race. Who does the most damage? Fast enough. And she doesn't get too much of a run-up anymore. And by taking out as many bees as possible, I've actually gotten a lot of hearts. So I got some health back. And you have to be very careful when moving between platforms. This is going to be the final damage race. There we go. There we go. The final damage race is always something to behold. This is why I always have problems with the queen bee. I have to fight her again so that then I can get the bee gun. For right now, I have to go see the traveling merchant. Of course I won't use bee nades because they do have ranged damage. Ooh, the press actuator. There's the magic hat, a good thing to have at the start. Yeah, I have the gold for the life form analyzer, so that should be everything I need for one of the combo accessories. What am I missing? I have that. I have a bunch of other stuff. I know I'm missing the tally counter for one. I have rare creatures around me. So that's part of that. Okay. So crafting. I know that goes with the stopwatch and the DPS meter. This, yeah, that has the tally counter, meaning that, yep, I'm just missing the compass for that. Damn it. I have so many of the other things. Okay, deposit stuff away. Materials. I'm going to keep the bottled honey and the potion stuffs chest. So, beeswax, ranged gets that, melee gets the beekeeper, just anything chest gets what I just tossed in there. Accessories gets the hive pack, something I'd consider using, but not too worried about using it. I have 4 honey dispensers. I'm going to sell 3, keep 1. Well, just going to keep it there. Potions. Completed potions. And I'm going to grab the next set of potions for Skeletron. My hand is shaking like crazy. What else is there? I need my mana stuffs. Do I have? Yes, I have enough. Shine. Yeah, everything should be good. I'm missing the potions needed for really good stuff. In that, I just need to do a bit of fishing. I can now place the bamboo platforms away in the wood chest. And now I just need to figure out exactly where I need to fish. I think I need to go to the underground, but we're actually approaching close to the time where I'd be able to fight Skeletron. The angler's all the way back over to the right. That's not good enough for me. So I'm going to do some quick fishing here. Then head out for Skeletron. And Skeletron's going to be absurdly easy. He'd be even easier if I had the bee gun, since that just homes in. So at about 4, no. So I'd say about 5 or 6 would be the best point in which to head over. Some frost dagger fish, a frozen crate, obsidian skin potions for free. That's awesome. I don't really do a lot of fishing now. I always see it as tedious and irritating. Mostly because the angler's a jerk. He's the worst. Yeah. Gonna head over there now. Put stuff away first, though. And part of the reason why I need to fight Skeletron, not only for progression, even though you technically don't need to fight him for progression, is because, well, you just need to fight him for the mechanic. For some people, it's technically a case of you fight Skeletron to get the mechanic, and for right now I'm just going to toss the Frost Minnow in there since I know it's for the Warp Potions. Keeping the Bomb Fish on me since they're basically a standard sticky bomb. I have no torches, I just realized that. So before exploring the dungeon, I'm going to need to restock on torches. And yeah, it didn't take me long to get here. Oh! I need to head back quickly because I forgot to immediately use the next 3 life crystals. So, doing that would help. Just in general, not forgetting would be a huge help. Okay. I also need to offload the pig. Since I need my piggy as empty as can be. Okay. Things are almost open. Materials. Yep. On the money. Materials. And now off I go to fight Skeletron. Still not going to grab torches just because don't need. I don't need them for the fight, so I don't need them on my person. Now we're in the point of time where it is night because we got nighttime mob spawning. Technically night started when the merchant left. So potions on now. And thankfully auto fire is going to be helpful. And our extra mobility doubly helps. So right now I just need to spend the time to make sure I regenerate my mana. And really wish that I put a lava trap at the bottom. So my strategy right now is to focus down the head as much as possible. Well, also trying to hit the hands. Once he spins, that's when I stop focusing on the head and try and focus down the hands, since I need them gone. I have 3 minutes to beat him before my mana power potion, or my magic power potion, is gone. Yeah, I probably could have built a slightly larger arena. But I mean, Skeletron's a really easy fight. Like, deceptively easy. Oh, no. Yeah, that's what happens when you have mana regen that's able to get you your mana back, but you don't have a weapon that can really just be rapid fired. Or, I guess that's... It was just a show of your standard mage who really needs to keep attacking, but can't. Oh, there's the worst part. There's the worst part. That's what I was trying to avoid. Okay, let's get the other hand down a bit. Oh, and the reason you need to take out Skeletron's hands before his head is because his hands give his head some extra defense while they're active. And I'm not sure if it's that both hands need to be defeated so that then his defense is lowered. Like, is it individual, or is it just both hands need to be down before real damage can be done? And while spinning, his head does lose defense. It's only early on when you can't really do any shenanigans. Once I get the other arm down, I can just fly circles around him. Literally. That's the safest way of fighting Skeletron, just fly circles around him. If you want a challenge, stand still. Give my mana some time to regen. But yeah, there's the damage. And technically, yeah, not too good. And my only worry is that I need to suddenly switch directions. And my arena aimed to give me enough space to fight him and eventually be updated for the cultists. So, I think I've done... Oh, that was bad. I didn't realize how much flight time I had left. So, I have about 4 minutes before I instantly die. Because, apparently, during the daytime, Skeletron has extra damage, and I think it's something like he becomes the Dungeon Guardian. So you essentially do no damage to him, and he does instant kill damage. Yeah, that's where I needed to stop firing for a bit. And I don't have any mana potions, which is something I need to address at some point. So this is where the bee gun helps immeasurably. You can just kind of fire it rapidly, forget. If you have the Hive Pack on, it does bonus damage. Yeah. So long as I'm doing around the 40 damage mark or more, I should be fine. It's just, I'm not leading my shots all too well. Left, or 2.5. Since an hour in Terraria is roughly a minute. Oh, that was foolish on my part. Need to regenerate quickly. At least magic weapons don't work. Like, oh, the higher the amount of mana you have, the more damage you can deal. Okay, that was me being stupid, but okay. Go for it. So now we have the bone glove. Yeah, it was changed when throwing weapons were removed. We got a Skeletron hook, which I think is a multi-hook. Okay. I desperately need some better equipment. This is the other reason why I needed to fight Skeletron. For mages, your best equipment pre-Wall of Flesh is going to be in the dungeon. Melee characters, you need to go in there because, well, you just need to. It has the Muramasa for your Knight's Edge. If you don't go in there, then you face the issue of, well, I now can't make Knight's Edge. And you definitely don't want to go into the dungeon only after beating Plantera. Especially if you're new. If you're new to Terraria, take it slow. don't just YOLO and enjoy the journey more than your victories. It's just so much more fun and a lot easier that way. Okay. And I did grab the portable cement bin. Oh, I had one already? Well, I feel like an absolute idiot. It's like when I bought a second stopwatch. And I can always use it for something else. Okay. I need to restock. I don't need a Spelunker's potion. I do, however, want 2 Danger Sense potions. Oh yeah, get rid of the cobwebs. Summoners will want to go to the dungeon based on whether or not they feel like the Snapthorn is worth it. Ah, there's where I placed the hook. I couldn't remember if I had a chest for it or not. So, all of that's good. That's pretty good. I would like to make a bunch of torches, so I need tons of wood. I'm going to use cactus because it's abundant. It is massively abundant, except I can't use it. Why can't I make cactus torches? Let's make a heart lantern. Make a bunch of torches. And I do mean a bunch. And the heart lantern is there to place down if I feel like I'm going to get caught up in an area. Mainly, I need to fight enough enemies that I get a tally counter. I need an Azar as well from the Cursed Skulls. And I will go back to the jungle to try and nab a Bezoar. Because I don't want to deal with trying to get that in hard mode. So, let's just grab literally as much as I can. I'm not sure if the shelves need to stay. I'm not going to touch them, though. Yeah, I'll also nab the banner. Oh, yeah, multi-hook, that's 2. I'm okay with a 2-hook multi-hook. Oh, yeah, the clother. Kind of forgot about him. Edge of the world, so you got the Goblin Scout. Oh, yeah, just saying this, for the Pirate Invasion, all I could think of doing for, like, writing a bit for that, like with the Goblin Invasion, it's just going to be a rewritten Goblin Invasion. It's all I can think of. Oh, and of course, now that we have full means to explore the dungeon, all my anxiety about entering it is gone. It is solely because of the Dungeon Guardian that I have a rapid panic attack. So, let's just grab as much as we can. Health potions I'm not going to be too worried about. Regular, well, not regular potions. Mana potions, however, those are what I care about. So yeah, I could have made it just a bit beat for when the music changed. Since generally that tells you what biome you're in. The easiest way is technically to see what enemies spawn. I'm not sure if I'm going to need any other books, but I might as well. Yep. Yep. Okay. And now to anybody who wonders why the dungeon is a pain. I'm okay with this gimmick. if it destroyed everything when you hit it, rather than this whole pseudo thing like what they did with the fossils. Just a lot more volatile. Painting. And this is why I have the bomb fish. Just grab as much furnishings as you can. Just grab all of them. Loot the dungeon. Okay, I believe that's, yeah, a hollow chest. If I end up finding a water bolt, that would be perfect. Since water bolt in these confined spaces will just rinse enemies. Chuck there. Should get all of it. Spikes, I'm not sure if they affect enemies. I think I asked this during the base world stream. Back when it still lived. Yeah, let's grab some of these. So, I'm not really sure what to talk about because normally the dungeon takes a lot of my focus. Let's take out that. If I had sticky dynamite, that would be the best since it's massive blast radius. This is where I praise enemy banners. Because you then just deal a ton of damage to enemies, and yes, I am the worst. And I definitely am now feeling the lack of weapon options. Mostly in the form of, oh, stuck to the wall too long. Panic. Panic. Yeah, the heavier knockback of my main weapon is quite useful. Come on. I used to have pretty good chances of finding a water bolt. And now it seems like those chances are not really too plentiful now. I don't even have, like, a thing, a water candle effect going. Come on. Yep, this is how I normally spend my time in the dungeon. I disarm as many traps as possible, so that then, if I die and come back, I don't spend ages trying to find the safe route that I took, or accomplishing the same feats of platforming godhood that I seem to always have trouble with. That there. I'm trying to be sparing with my torches, since I also have this bad habit of placing torches everywhere. The mechanic was slain. How sad. NPC, and I guess technically the player are immortal. It's just how long they stay alive before that immortality has to be used is question. Okay. I need water fast. So I'm going to focus instead of grabbing as much food as I can from the environment, just getting down to where I'd be able to find a water plant. You are just spaz. Oh. Okay. Yeah, the Vilethorn will help because it can crowd control really effectively. Yep. Okay. Yeah, that is why I dislike this even more. Okay, mechanics back. Now, as long as every NPC moved into the correct house from the get-go, it should be fine. Oh, this is how far the underground snow biome goes. Cool. Let's grab some of this metal shelf. It's really nice looking. Just keep some of the shelf. Kind of need it to be able to move. So, I've accomplished fighting both the bosses I set out to defeat for this episode. Or, this episode. Like, I'm kind of in the mindset of it's essentially an episodic series. Especially with how I'm writing it. Oh yeah, sometimes don't bother using your pick on the destructible blocks. Since, as you just saw, technically any form of mobility tool, or really your own movement, will cause them to break. Take the piano. If I could not have the problem of tons of enemies overwhelming. This would be great. Yeah, I held back on the cursed skull since I've had a bad stroke of luck with cursed skulls dropping the Zars, well, fairly far away from me. Namely, within about, with eyeballing it, about 40 blocks of dungeon brick. Whatever the hell that was. Honestly, if you get overwhelmed in certain situations, or at certain times in the dungeon, it can be a genuine pain. And then it depends on what class you're playing. like, just jack of all trades has the easiest time because, well, you're jack of all trades, you're using everything. You don't have to worry about, oh, running out of mana, or oh, I'm running out of ammo, unless you're low on both. Keep the buffs going. Really dislike the spinning chain blocks. Causes issues. Ah. That was a bit of damage. That was indeed a bit of damage. Okay. This is where Vilethorn excels for dungeon exploration. If you can't directly hit the enemy, but you're just conveniently within Vilethorn range, Vilethorn. Okay. Yeah, this is where Infinite Pierce is the only reason I get to live. Yep. Yeah, right there. So. A couple seconds off heal. Or the next heal, I should say. Yep. This sucks immensely. Heal up. And now... Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Okay. I need to get to a slightly safer place. Just keep it coming. Yeah, honestly, I'd prefer the dungeon if it didn't have, the whole breakable bricks mechanic. It's just oddly infuriating to have to go, well, I'm stuck behind this wall for a bit because the enemies don't stop coming, and they're just too large in number. Okay. First gold chest. That could give me a lot of things. And I am full up on random tap. Thankfully for me, I can drop the banner down, as well as just get rid of those, get rid of that, get rid of that. Whoop. Yep. Okay, bewitching table for all your summoner needs. Yeah, and there it is. There is the Nazar drop that I always dislike because, again, it always happens. It always does. Okay, where is the pig? I don't have the pig, do I? Well, that makes things a bit more interesting for figuring out. So, sort. Put the cobalt shield there. Just deal with things. Loot that. Pick up the chest. Trash to the recall potion. It's so irritating. If I had a specific accessory, I could still get it. Okay. Spikes, gone. Dungeon stuff, okay. Heart Lantern, just gonna place down right here as a beacon of hope. And this, it kind of felt like where the dungeon properly began. Not too sure what I'm looking for. Book-wise, like, if the water bolt changed it. Does anybody know if the water bolt has changed at all? Okay, there we go. Bring that to the foreground, and actually, let's do that. I now have to get used to that. Aha! I now have unlimited power. Okay. Down this way. There we are. Yes, Aqua Scepter. So, that. I don't care what. Sorry about that. Oh, I have no clue what to give up. Sort. Ooh, this is a dilemma. Water walking potions aren't that useful to me. Titan potion, incredibly useful. Need to worry about enemies. Okay, toss the switches. I want to keep the banners, but I could always grab more. Yeah, I'm slowly getting used to the whole, you have a lot more than one weapon. So, I can toss the Molten Legion one down. Loot. So, Agile Water, Scepter. There's my Shadow Key. Yeah, I'm not actually sure how this works. Like, does it have Infinite Pierce? Yeah, it looks like it has close to Infinite Pierce. So I think I swapped that out with the Vile Thorn. I mean, it eats mana. Like, absolutely eats it. I'm just going to toss the banners in here. Its range isn't the best. There's the Nazar. Okay. At this point, I do just need the tally counter. I think I also just tossed some of the furniture in there. Like, at this point, I just need to get moving because enemies are starting to pile up. light sources, however, I'm keeping because, well, lights are awesome. Oh. Nope. I thought I had gotten the tally counter just off of random chance. Okay. Oh, I accidentally used the Titan potion. I thought I had another danger sense. Yeah, take care of the dark trap. Keep going down, keep going down, keep going down. Okay. Take care of the water candle. Throw out a couple water bolts. Desert chest, I believe. Oh no. This is where I would put on the Nazar. But I don't have an opportunity. And I don't think I could heal off of being cursed. So, yeah, this is bad. Yep. When I gained enough health back, I just lose it again. Okay. Down. Further into the depths. The decrepit depths. Which sounds like a very interesting video game area to explore. Magic missile. We have magic missile. All I'm missing is the tally counter. Okay, I almost pulled a Happy Days and died by just standing on death. I noticed that he did that a lot in dungeon stuff, just ignoring the spikes. Another shadow key. I didn't pick up the first one, did I? Cloth that. Chuck that. Toss that. Keep that there because I don't care. I would say I'll come back for it, but honestly at this point I am just looking for the tally counter. And have to figure out what I drop for it. Just get that there. Head on down. And I realize, if you want, eat your mana. Water bolt will definitely eat your mana. Okay, nope. Okay. Bugger off, Kurt's skull. Okay, thankfully once you hit them once, dark casters don't really do much. I now have wheat didn't start the fire. by Billy Joel stuck in my head. Chuck those away. Heal. I have no clue what's going on there, but just smash and grab. Loot that. Bone welder is awesome. Don't need either of those. Don't need that as well. Oh. Ah. Okay. Did I? Yes, I did get a banner. I need to place it down quickly. Now, if only I had the ability to duplicate banners. Just arrows aren't needed. I'm good. I got my alchemy table, which is one of the main things I wanted to get. Thankfully... Bastard. Okay, you there. I need to return to home. Dog license. I grabbed the dog license because the dog license allows me to essentially have an NPC someplace they'd not normally be. Shop, familiar stuff, summer hat, a beanie. Nothing I really care about. Goblin Tinkerer, you should be happy soon. But right now, I need to head up and sort out a lot of stuff. Mostly, I now have the Rec 3000. And I need to toss as much as I can away. I usually count platforms as wood. That's going in the, I don't know, chest. I need to take all of the paintings out of this chest and put them in their own chest. Water candle, oil rag, that's going to replace that, so I now have more stuff to put into the magic stuffs chest. Bones are technically a ranged item first. Lesser mana potions, some stuff. I do just toss the bewitching stand somewhere because I think it looks really magical, so I don't worry about things like, oh, I shouldn't have it because I'm a summoner, or I'm not a summoner. It's just one of those things that, use it for decoration then. If you're not the class that uses the thing, then just don't worry about it. You don't have to use it, you just have it for decoration then. Okay, so into the pig go the golden keys. Into the accessories chest goes the bazaar. I have a bunch of paintings. I also have shelving that needs to be placed there. Potions. And need to grab from from here, let's just use a regular chest. This is why I need a storeroom. I'm running out of space to put stuff. Just chuck arrows because I don't need arrows. Okay, let's do that. So now, yes, I love having this. Oh, and of course I need to put the cobalt shield in with everything else here. I've now obtained a very substantial power boost. And I can eventually turn my magic missile into a sky fracture once hard mode starts. Now, the sky fracture isn't, in my opinion, one of the best magic weapons. Honestly, I kind of dislike it, but I don't mind the sky fracture. And out of everything, the rest of the stream is probably going to be devoted to building up NPC housing and maybe some refights. I think mostly refights of the Queen Bee. My nose is currently bleeding. And, yeah, that's fun to figure out. I'm not sure what's up with me. It's like my body is deteriorating at a rapid pace. At least as my mind deteriorates. But, definitely get some fishing done. I think that's the biggest thing. I need to get the last bits of pre-hard mode prep, so I need the rest of the farm done. So let's go visit the Dryad and pull the Witch Doctor over. Okay, so we got Daybloom, which I need about 10 more of. That I need 30 of. Blinkroot, I need the 10. Deathweed, I need 10. Waterleaf, I need 30. Because apparently once you do a bunch of the bosses, stuff just opens up. Yeah. So that should all be good. Then I put it back over here. And one of the things I do need to get done is a storeroom, which I'll have right underneath the potion room. So let's just quickly harvest all of our Daybloom. And the bits of Blinkroot that are fully grown. So right now, with all my Daybloom just pulled up, let's move our Daybloom planters up a couple of levels. Because I like having my Daybloom and Moonglow planters like next to each other. Oh god. I think the blood's starting to clot in my nose. Ugh. Then again, it's not like a torrent of blood. It's just generally, there's just blood coming from my nose. Nearly done with this level. Yep. Now I can plant all my beautiful plants. So, out of this design, I'm quite happy with how it turned out. Considering it, I have a couple of other plants. Like, the corruption, I need much more of a special way of getting. So for right now, I'm going to go with Waterleaf where it was before, as I feel like that has a strong tie to the next plant being the blink route. Mostly for the underground desert. Oh, it's so weird. It's like my nose is clogged. And I mean, it is clogged. I debated with myself before starting the stream, well, still wanting to sleep rather than do anything. Should I cancel today's stream because things seem to be going bad? And I said, yeah, nah. And I think instead I might cut the stream short, depending, because a lot of this is now just building and prep for the next stage. I mean, now I have the farm mostly done. All I'm missing is the fire blossom, which I get once I beat wall flesh. Give me that. And honestly, I don't remember anything that fire blossom is actually useful for. Like, out of everything, what is it useful for? I wanted to go into... Oh, I don't remember the song's name. I feel so ashamed of myself. I should know this. But it's the song with the lyrics, huh, love, what is it good for? I'm not going to ask anybody if they know the song and could tell me. I'll either forget it or figure it out later. So, grab the water leaf, grab Moonglow, Shiverthorn. One of the other things that I need to do, which I'll have as an offshoot, just to the right a bit. Not too far off, though. Is I realize that I need to build my artificial glowing mushroom biome. And without building that, I'll eventually run out of glowing mushrooms, which I need for the better potions. Or some of the better potions, I should say. Oh, God. I would say I think I'm dying, but I'm not sure. Okay, so I know I need to expand this a tiny bit. By a tiny bit, I mean by a few hundred blocks. Okay, we got some Moonglow. So, I'm going to have to adjust this slightly. That. So, with this, I have the 2 blocks down. Then I have the platform. So I'm going to use, or not the platforms, the planters. So I'm going to use platforms. Yeah. So that's where the platform, or the planters will rest. Then, wanting to change up the design a bit, hence why I'm only doing one side and not like both at the same time to just get both sides done. I want to have it be like, nope. Yeah, let's have it that. So right now, where I'm standing will be where the new floor will go. And And I will have this way leading off into the glowing mushroom biome. And for the left path, I'm not sure what I want to do, honestly. Okay, so for that, I think I want to do something more... like this. Keep the original design intact, but fix it a bit so that it doesn't look quite as odd. Still need to go 3 blocks down. So, in actuality, I need to go 1 more and then that. Because it's a solid 4 blocks. And I feel it makes sense that it would be 4 blocks. Since you then have thicker walls, meaning heat can't get out as easily. And right now, the only heat that is being lost would technically be wherever there is no wall. And in this playthrough focusing on a mage, I like my realism. Let's get this done. I mean, the alternative would be to add, like, different walls. So it's like, have gem spark walls right under here as something. I don't think I'm going to do that, though. I need more ice bricks. They should be, yep. Not too much. Not too many. Okay. Then I just follow this for the other side. So there's that. Get that mined out. And just start pulling back all of this stuff. Because on the other side, I would like an area where I could controlled switch the biome. Now, technically, to avoid corruption spread, I would need to keep the blocks a certain distance away, have them be corruptible or hollowable, and most important, oh god, there's just a dry spot in my throat. And, as soon as it became known, oh, it felt awful. I'll endeavor not to die during this stream because apparently my physical health seems to be deteriorating rapidly. I mean, combine that with some mental health. You have a match made in nowhere. No. Who would ever see this as a positive thing? That constant sleep deprivation leading to inevitable madness is plus the slow onset of life leading to death is a good thing. I mean, optimists, obviously. You would see this as... there's a way to spin it in a good light. Honestly, I just see it as, oh, cool. Life has made itself known. That's that side mostly taken care of. That's this side nearly done as well. So now all I need to do is pull back this wall and figure out how I'm going to do more of this. I mean, thankfully I have guidelines for where to place some other walls, which is why I use the platform method that I use. That way I don't need the actual planters, and technically I could place flower pots on there instead. And then still have the farm going. I just can't remember what planters specifically did for plants, is the thing. I know it gives you... I think it gives you a bit... I mean, the Staff of Regrowth kind of manipulates it. I'm pretty sure for planters, they just treat the plant as if it was growing in optimal conditions. Not so that it could bloom at any time. That would be awesome, because then the Deathweed planters would be totally worth it. Just on their own. Because for Deathweed, it needs to be harvested during a blood moon. Daybloom, Shiverthorn, and Fire Blossom just grow. I've read in the wiki that Fire Blossom technically blooms during sunset, but it just seems to just grow naturally and bloom whenever. Like, unless it's in hell, it's pretty much inconclusive, at least for me seeing it with my own eyes. Waterleaf needs it to be raining, and Moonglow needs it to be night. Technically, Daybloom will only bloom during the day, as its name implies. But I just see it as, well, okay. That's not really a restriction. And that's just kind of a specific plant. That's being plants. Okay, walls. Glass. So now, let's shift this down. Oops. Because now things continued on a bit. Keep that going along. And yeah, I realized that my greenhouse design actually kind of looks like a rib cage. So right now, you have a face up here, a rib cage here. Slowly, I am building myself a person as a base. Which, I mean, is kind of weird, but also just hilarious how that accidentally happened. Now we just need to get all the walls in place and get corner spots, because I dislike how it treats, like, certain blocks as treats certain blocks as, okay, that's a full block there, even though, oh, it isn't. I get why it does this, but it just, to me, I'd rather just have auto cursor recognize, yeah, place walls behind certain blocks. Well, that kind of sucks. And in deciding what to do up here, it's just going to be follow this. And since for the interior, I'm not going to carve the wall. Exterior, don't need to. Like, I'm not going to hammer the wall so that then I now have angles there. I just don't want to deal with it, and honestly, I like how it is right now. Cool, another traveling merchant has appeared. I need to make a heap of glass walls. And the funny part, I tossed the crafting bench, the workbench, away, so I didn't have anywhere to craft. I kind of forgot that's why I had the potion area set up as it was, to double as emergency crafting, or really just main crafting, while I get a storage area and crafting setup on the go. And that's what's going to be to the left. I thought of placing it under, but then I have to deal with having my storage area right above a bunch of my NPCs. And right now, I really like how this is turning out. I do just need to quickly grab some granite there so that then I don't fall while going across. Granite platforms. Oh god. So you know how you have that moment where a bunch of mucus just seems to flood in all at once, like when you're sick? I just had that happen. And I could taste the iron of blood. Oh, you two aren't close enough to each other, are you? Oh, that's sad. I mean, it's fine. I've already got what I wanted. I can switch out my fishing rod for the mechanics rod, which I would do, but I'm not inclined to at this point. I do need to grab the mechanical lens, though. So, there is my entire setup for pretty much everything. I have wires, fallen stars, worms, and enchanted nightcrawlers. I now head up here to grab from the melee chest the ruler that I bought earlier. Now I can make the multicolor wrench. Then I can make grand design because multicolor wrench, mechanical lens, ruler, wire. Done. I now have ultimate control over wires. Meaning, I can quickly place down everything that I need once I buy an exorbitant amount of actuators. Where now, I need to figure out exactly how to get a bunch of stuff. I don't have a crafting bench here. Let me just quickly grab one. Chuck that somewhere else. And let's make, oh, do I not have... Oh, yeah, because I accidentally deleted. What I wanted to keep. So, down here I go. Mechanic, you'll offer me a decent price. There we are. Now I can buy a load of actuators. A switch. And actuators I would also have in here, like, instead of the worms. Just for wiring purposes. Fallen stars I probably keep. Really, my final thing is something more of enchanted nightcrawlers, the whatever bait I have at the time. And that's like, that is just better. And then wiring stuff. So, I will now place down every single actuator that I need. Along with wires. This is why I like the grand design. It just eases a lot of the burden that comes from placing down loads of wire. Like with wrenches, you get a small ability to place down wire. But you still have an increased range. The grand design is just like, yeah, no, place that stuff down. Now, cleaning this up is going to be another story. But thankfully, immediately actuated it all. And I can just easily clear out a load of it. I do wish I had a better ability to direct how it removes stuff. And the grand design just sits in my inventory forever. Before, I just only had it whenever I needed wiring done. But recently I figured out, wow, I was incredibly stupid. Because the improved wire vision just keeps me safe. Oh yeah, there was a merchant. Damn. Forced or normal. I usually have it as forced, but I have everything set to faded so that then I don't have to constantly look at wires every single second. And then I don't have to have the grand design out to see what I'm doing. But now, the greatest thing for Manch's base. Aside from missing a few blocks when actuating everything. Okay. Did I miss anywhere else? No, it looks like I didn't. So... let's get them situated and pull the switch from the pig. Switch this over and just reclaim all my materials. No, I just haven't set it. Oh, man. Okay, with this done, Manch's base properly, or at least the main house, properly finished. Yeah, let's just have that up there for now. Now I can properly place in that final bit of window. If I didn't just jump out of it. Hence why I need the window there. What? Oh yeah, I can make the video visage because I have wires and glass. Which is the last bit of the contest vanity that I chose for Manch's main look. Let's grab some more walls. Not sure how much I exactly need, but I figured out that actually looks really nice. And I want to have it over here as well. As a... Let's just add a bit more shape to a couple of spots. Have to get used to my pickaxe being on 4 now. Walls. Perfect. And then this one should be 4 as well, and already everything is... Yeah, that's 4. So I just need to make one grouping of walls. I think that looks perfect. And now, Manch's home has that slight bit extra pizzazz to it. And I was... Creature of habit. Creature of habit I am. And jumping out the window, I am way too used to. So, heading back inside because it's bloody storm out there. Let's pick up all of these crafting stations. And out of everything, now that I got a lot of it done, technically I should move my alchemy table down next to everything else. And that is a brilliant idea. Let's just put away a lot of the building materials. And I'm gonna toss the crafting station in here as well. Bewitching table 2. Just get it out of here. Moon glow, yay. Oh, this is something I like about the Staff of Regrowth. It will only ever destroy fully grown plants or the just random plants that grow. So, you don't have to worry about, oh, I need to specifically target plants that are fully grown. The one point you would want to worry is when you have plants that aren't fully grown yet. Or, I don't mean not fully grown yet, I mean in bloom. Plants that aren't in bloom yet. Let's just grab the chests. Oh, this is also something I wanted to do. I wanted to change out those chests for... I like how the ivy chests look as a... Yeah, that's definitely like a chest you would keep potion materials in. So, on this side, I will have the materials and seeds, because it's just easy to keep all that together. So yeah, mushrooms. I will take out the just biome seeds and move them somewhere else. Technically, I can use the jungle grass seeds as a material, but I'm just going to place them in here. Easier that way. Oh, that's something I need to do. Technically, if I stand with the door open, a blizzard gets in, which makes no sense. That's because I have walls that aren't there. And I have no clue what wall I can use that would make it look nice. I put down that anvil way too soon. Since there we are. That's where I wanted that to be. Up here, it's kind of hit or miss on what I want to do there. So, down here, I do want to have, like, lamps here. So, oh, I should have potion materials in the other chest. So, give me a moment. I need to alternate stuff. So that should be nearly everything. Sort that out. Deposit all. Pick those back up. Sort again. Place those in there. Yeah, that should be everything now in place. So, let's just keep these up here. Or just, like how that is. That should be fine. I need to get used to this. I can't actuate that because just won't. Or, I mean, it would actuate, just the chimney would be destroyed. Let's try and find... I'm trying to get my train of thought back on track. Now, kind of got thrown out of whack with the amount of progress being made. So, let's just gather together some of the materials needed to make the expansion of a storage room. And I'm going to use a bit of the base world design. Let me see where... turf. I need turf. Snow and ice. Then I need to head down here. I can make delicious penguin soup. No, on the floor. Since it seems to be there's two in between, you have one here. You'd have the second one there, so it would be down there somewhere. Get light over here so that then there's not really a dark patch. Make a bunch of snow brick. Yeah, that should be good enough, because I'm just going to turn it into walls. And I just need to make all the ice into bricks. Okay, how long have we been going? Half? No. Well, almost half the time. I realize 5 hours cut in half is 2.5 hours. Yeah, let's do that. So that then I can switch the block over. So, I do want something slightly different than what I did do for the base design, because I'm just going to keep, like, weapons and such in the main base area. That way I can quickly, like, oh, for detail, I can add that to the wall, like, for the Tavern Keep's bar, I'm going to place a shotgun on a weapon rack. For the classic, Barkeep has the shotgun that everybody sees, so they know I'm not going to get away with starting a bar fight. For NPCs that focus more on selling stuff, I'm going to buy what they some of what they sell, not a lot of it, and then put it on the wall, like with what I'm currently doing to finish up the design for the mechanics area. Got an actuator, which I didn't mean to place. I always forget that it's right click. So you got wire and you got an actuator. What the mechanic is most likely going to be selling you for the end of time, once you buy one set of wrenches, you don't need to buy a set of wrenches ever again. So let's figure out exactly how much space I want from this. So mostly I'm using this as bulk storage for certain materials. And as such, that means sorting it, I want as much out of it as possible, but to also make it look nice. So, I actually need that there to hammer that block, and then I have Dynasty Wood going across. And I think up to here is fine. So that just means I need to hollow out a 2-block channel to place in the rest of the wall. As for how I'm going to open up such a large amount of space, simple, I'm going to use explosives. I mean, I have a fair few. I'd say that I have a fair few, 21 sticks of dynamite and all that. I think for certain blocks, I'm just going to have it be that chest is devoted to that block. Like with stone, I eventually just get a bunch of it because of the mob grinding area that I make pre-hard mode. I should try and... There we go. Now, this should be good enough. Yep, just right. So roughly here-ish. Place down the dynamite. Get out of dodge. And yeah, I'm going to use the same roofing design. So, to get a bit of thickness, you have that out 3 blocks, so you got 1 up, then that, then you have 3 blocks, then you have that, and I need to mirror this on the other side. Oh, if it wasn't blizzarding, I would be golden because I'd actually be able to see what I'm doing. So let's instead use more explosives. You can solve a lot of problems in Terraria by just applying liberal amounts of explosives. Is it liberal? I remember it's a word that starts with L that just means excessive amounts. Or just enough. Not sure. Then again, with how humanity works, a word that means one thing often has 7 different meanings, all of which don't actually reflect the original meaning of the word. Like a lot of slurs. They had an original meaning that was taken away and replaced with a derogatory meaning. Kind of like how a lot of people will complain about swastika. as being a symbol of the Nazis. But in history, the swastika used to be a sign of peace used by a monastic order, I believe. And in using that symbol, they changed its meaning. And when I say they, I mean the Nazis. It's one of those things that's interesting when you look at it, but also horrifying when you see, like, what's happening in the modern day with certain things. So now you gotta be very careful about what you say, because otherwise, you aren't sure if one word used to mean something and now means something else because, well, a bunch of people started using that term to define someone or some group. 3, and then I go here. And, I mean, out of everything, I feel that words shouldn't be used to hurt people. They should be used to make people happy. Like with writing. You shouldn't try and hurt somebody by using a fantastic form of expression. You should be giving them hope of a chance to see that not everything is awful. And out of everything, and like genuinely out of everything, just be kind to other people. We are a race that has evolved over many years, or through hardships and a lot of wars, like an astonishing number of wars that really shouldn't have been fought. But then again, when anyone has a differing opinion, and there's going to be several outcomes. There can be a peaceful outcome, a violent outcome, or an indifferent. Just, yeah, okay. That's kind of what happens when an opinion is shared. The problem is when extremists start spouting out their opinion and killing people because the person they killed didn't share their opinion. And even more or so now than back in the day, it's incredibly easy to share your opinion with others. And as such, end up in a situation where so many people will decide that, oh, you are literally the next Hitler, all because you decided to say something they didn't agree with. It's like with what's happened in America with the presidential election, and where you had Trumpists saying that Biden was essentially the devil, and a lot of other nonsensical stuff. But you also had people who supported Biden and then chastised Trump. You had people who equated Trump to, if he had stayed in office, he would have become the next Hitler. And that spawned forth an interesting bit of talk where, or the mindset of a Trumpist was brought into question. Are they genuinely blind? Or is it a situational blindness that, as long as their rights aren't being infringed upon, which they were, or being infringed by the guy they were supporting, they didn't care what he did as long as he was in office. I mean, when you lead people to start an insurrection and fail at causing them to have a coup, yeah, you lose all respect from a large basis of people. Oh, now I have to figure out how many blocks there are in this. Okay. So, that's the center too. That's perfect. I can have central chests. And from there, I can do a decent bit of decoration. Oh. That's now open. And I think I want to have... yeah. Ooh. Is this uneven? Or was it just that I didn't have space for stuff? So, up as high as I can get without the extendo arm. Bring it down. I think I want something other than the Dynasty. Excuse me. The Dynasty wood platforms. Since genuinely, I think they're great for some detail, but not for this. I don't like them as actual platforms. I like them more when they're stairs. And I'm not building a storage room with a spiral staircase. That's just... although it would look nice, I just don't want to do it. And I could get more space. Actually, I should get more space. Now I have to pull down everything that I did except for that first layer. Actually, no, even the first layer I need to pull down one by one, because I want to have 4 blocks in between. Here's some light. So now, I actually need to bring it down by 2. And it starts... when you pull blocks down from where you originally were going to place them, you find it's interesting how far it goes and how irritating it is to shift an entire build by a few blocks. Because for that, from the ground floor, I had to lower the next platform by 1, the next one by 2, and then this one I had to lower down 4 from the looks of it. Yeah, get that taken care of. Just get some extra lights so that then I can see. Yeah. And the reason I'm doing a 4-block gap instead is so that I have more storage spaces. Like, essentially, I'm going to try and litter each layer of this with as many spots as possible. When it comes to that layer, though, I think I am just going to use platforms. Just for simplicity and ease of use. And saving my sanity. Saving my sanity is nice. So, let's keep the design going with this. Where I have walls kind of acting as support structures. I'm not sure what you would call these in an actual, like, real world scenario. But out of everything, I'm going to try doing this type of design. The floor, however, I would like to have a boreal wood trim going for that. And this should help with the storage issues I now face. Of course, I'm going to keep all the chests up there, or it's more for show rather than actual use. And honestly, this has a really nice shape to it. It's just for the outline. And I don't even have the full walls in yet. So, let's get that done and have this go. So, just to tell you a bit of current goings on, you know, just trying to fill the air. Where I live has been snowed in for pretty long. Like, cannot leave the house at all, and it's amazing how nobody has sent snow plows out yet. Kind of snowed in. And where, if you were to lay down on your back in the snow, you would disappear. That is the death. And I know other places have it worse. It's just the fact that nothing has happened to necessitate a snowplow coming through and allowing cars to move. Like, come on, please, city infrastructure, work for the people for once. Don't just be some sort of myth that you actually exist. I'm just slowly making this more and more elaborate. With how the windows work. And yeah, I'd be fine with having the top bit just left open. Let's fill in the windows. And I just realized my mic is pointed away from me. So if you picked up any background noise, incredibly sorry. Or if I was particularly hard to hear. This looks way too nice to be something I've made. But I now have video proof I can at least build something that has resemblance to anything that could be called nice in Terraria. And personally, I would love to do like a bonus series for my YouTube channel, which would just focus on showing how I build a lot of this, or any of the builds people want to see that they probably haven't seen yet. Like, I mean, oh man, what? Yeah, it was on stream that I built up Manch's house. I'm just trying to remember, like, the exact process I did. And, let's not worry about that now and grab some lighting. Also some more boreal wood, since kind of need that as I've just run out. And I should just let it so that there's a player-only button. Like, a player-only pressure plate that then actuates open the window for me to have a quick escape. I'd then have the issue of well, I then need to deactuate it. And honestly, that would be an issue. So I mostly grab the boreal wood so that then I can make the trim. And now no enemies should spawn here. Because a few of the conditions to have enemies spawn is that there can't be a background wall, I believe. Or at least if there is a background wall, it has to have been naturally placed during World Gen. What door would be nice for that? Probably glass. So let's grab the glass kiln. And grab 2 glass doors. I like the glass doors a lot for this build. It just works. Because it's kind of icy, but it's a refined iciness. It's a refined quartz feel to it. So, there's the potion farm done. I now just need to pull down every single chest so that I can store everything. Actually, just loot it all. Pull that. And for extra storage of accessories, I'm going to have that stay up there. So, starting... Okay, now I need to do this right. So, for this, I'm essentially just going to use your standard chest. And then, well, I could actually have it be that. Never mind. I was going to say then I'm going to use gold chests for like the center, but apparently I don't need to. For this, however, I'm going to need to do something else for the center. And it's mostly because I want to make use of as much space as possible. So right here, I'm going to rename this to storage. So it's storage. So that's where all the chests go when they're not in use. Up here, from left to right, I'm going to go with like dirt / clay. Because unless you do a lot of mining from the top down, you're going to get more stone than anything else. This is going to be stone, though. Then this is going to be refined stone. So, yeah. That's kind of main standard building materials. This is going to be wood block. Then you have wood wall. Then just wood misc. Rename to wood misc. I like how clackety my keyboard is. I had to fight my inner nerd to stop me from getting a keyboard that was a typewriter. So that's going to be snow, sand. So basically, when I say when I say snow or sand, I guess I should say desert. It's mainly blocks I get from there, so these are the technical biome chests. So this is going to be ocean. I think I spelled that right. English is a weird language to spell things in. So let's just grab a couple things, like the entire turf chest. Tools is going to be figured out. Wood I won't worry about now. Oh. I did want to keep that there, though. I'm gonna have to repaint that now. I'm just so used to when I sort, like when I loot a chest, I just destroy it immediately. So snow, literally everything that comes from the snow biome. Dirt and clay, which I guess I could have as forest, but then that includes wood. Or, let's have it, no, dirt and clay, because I realized I could have one for jungle down here. So jungle, which includes mud, and I find silt higher up in the jungle. You have that, which includes my glass. Wood mist would include the acorns. Christ, the penguins are insane. Loot all the wood. And loot some of that as well. So down I go. Now this is where it gets confusing. So walls, that, blocks. You got the cactus, the standard woods, the bamboo, the shingles, I'm counting. Wood mist would include platforms, door, beams. Well, I think I should have beams count as blocks, since they are. Then you have dynasty wall. You have this workbench, which I'm honestly just going to place down instead of this one, just as like a temp workstation. So now at this point, I'm going to change the name of storage to unsorted. So that's mostly for stuff that I don't really know where to sort it. I will grab the penguins. And I just keep grabbing penguins because they keep falling down that damn hole. So, let's grab... what should I take next? I should grab materials next, but I still have some blocks that I need to sort out. A lot of stuff that I need to sort out still. So, let's just get this taken care of. And let's... honestly, let's just place down some platforms and not destroy the blocks underneath. So it'll take 10 per level. I just didn't grab all the other stuff. So wood, there's the wood. Fences are counted as walls. Wood mist includes just anything that I didn't have as either wood or walls. Refined stone is just refined stone. On actual stone, it's a toss-up of the... oops. Wasn't close enough to open the chest. For that, I'm going to count iridescent bricks, and actually no, I find it in the jungle, it goes in the jungle chest. I could have gotten these closer together so it's a bit easier to sort and store things. But honestly, it's not actually that difficult to find places to store things. It's more difficult when you don't have a clear idea of where to store things. Okay, guide. The hell do I use penguins for? Can I make them into leather? I can make roasted bird, a penguin cage, or statue. So for that, it is life regen, minor improvements, penguin cage, penguin statue. Honestly, don't really care. Or, there you go, Pink. Yeah. Flippin' freeloaders. Out you go. Okay. I have all that, and I have 2 chests open. So, wood wall, I count that as wood wall. Stone, I'll count that for there. For refined stone, that'll be for 2 layers. There's all 3. I have that, and the marble column. I'm just going to have this be like metal blocks. Just trying to get as much sorted as possible. I also forget that with wings, essentially your jump is worse. For your standard jump, you actually have to hold it a bit more than I'm used to. And I mean, it's technically not worse, it's just different. Wait, I forgot to plant a blinkroot seed. Right there. Water leaf isn't currently growing. Yeah. The staff of regrowth really helps when it comes to farming stuff. By the end of this, I'm going to have so many daybloom seeds. And never turn on smart cursor, or when planting seeds. Because I've had it where the smart cursor will automatically say, well, that's an open area right there where you already planted some of your other potion plants. And then it just basically deletes a plant that I didn't have many seeds for. I can place my silver axe back there. I need to upgrade my axe. But considering how close I'm getting to Hellstone and such, not going to worry too much about it. I like how that is. And right now... Why? No. I just realized I'm gonna start selling these penguins. I mean, I have no attachment to them at all. They keep interfering. I mean, they're not interfering, it's just I don't like when things get stuck in a place and just start wigging out. Okay. So now I have accessories which are going to go in here, meaning I'm now in a position... Okay. 3... 2... I don't know why I go with Roman numerals. Loot all of those and rename to AC1. Armor. Just going to remove that get it down here. Whoops. Just so. Certain things, like armor, are going to be here. So, armor 1. And then I will decide whether or not I need any more armor stuffs. But over here, I'm going to rename this to tools. And place all of the tools there. Auto sort. I love the quick stack to nearby chests. Once you've sorted stuff, you basically auto sorted. Get all your stuff away. It's awesome. Okay. Oh yeah, beating Skeletron. Nets me the final 3 hearts needed. Okay. Let's do this in an easy way. First, I need to put stuff away. So I think down here from the left, I will rename this one to animals. Because I just collect random animals off the ground at some points. This one will be renamed to dyes. As both storage for the dyes themselves and the materials for dyes. Not going to use them all that much. Right here, I'm going to have mob mat. So, shadow scales, vines, lenses, rotten chunks, antlion stuff. Basically, if you get it from an enemy, it goes in here. Whereas this is going to be renamed to world mat. So stuff like the ropes, the pressure plate, basically anything you get in the world. For right now, that's how I'm going to handle it. I'm going to figure out how many armor things I need. But honestly, since I'm predominantly a mage, it's not going to be it's basically a non-issue. What I do need now, though, is lights for this. Let's just quickly harvest my moonglow, though. More moonglow. Shiverthorn. I mean, Shiverthorn. I don't actually know how much of it is going to be used in other potions. Like, my knowledge on potion making in Terraria is just better than Minecraft potion making. But at the same time, other bits of knowledge for it are just whatever I kind of have in my brain at the time. And that's another chest that I tore up when I didn't need to. So, let's get some stuff sorted. Okay, nothing was just auto-sortable. So, I'm saving this for possible other stuff. The rest of this looks like just world materials. Yeah. I can't remember if you can actually get cobwebs from an enemy. I don't think you can. I think it is just a world material. Or if you can, it's probably spiders from the spider biome. Okay. Materials 2 includes fish, which I'm not going to put into the animal chest. So mob materials is bee wax. I'm gonna have the hive and honey blocks in jungle. World materials, I include silk, bass, the fairies. The mirrors, I'm gonna toss into an accessories chest. Because I kind of count them as accessories more than I do as, like, just items to use. Since you do use mirrors for the cell phone. Took me a moment. I almost said PDA because technically also the PDA. Okay. This is actually going a lot better than my normal sorting systems where it's like, I have 5 chests devoted to, like, mob items. All because I just can't stop looting. So 3, then you would have 4, so this would be... 5... and... 6, which is VI. Then you have a lot of stuff that I need to just... For some of it, I just need to sell. And yeah, this is where the problem comes in. Tools, I don't think I'll have that many, so for this, it's going to be... statues... Actually, I could have statues be lower down on, like, the bottom floor. So, instead, this could be Vanity 2, and I have Vanity 2 first, because I'm going to have the one to the left, Vanity 1. Vanity 1. Oh yeah, I've rehydrated my throat, so that dry spot is mostly gone. I think it's still just kind of lingering. And just waiting for a moment to get me. And I'm not going to worry about having central chests. I kind of am okay without having them. So for this, I'm going to have this be the paintings chest. Or, I guess it would be wall hanging. Yes. Wall hangings. So anything that hangs on the background wall, whereas this would be, I'm going to call this just, banners 1. Because I will end up in a situation where I'll have way too many banners. So wall hangings and other stuff. So, tools, you got the slimy saddle. All in unsorted, you got some more of the crafting tables. And the sandcastle bucket. The ruby gemcorn I'm going to have in refined stone. Suspicious looking eye can go in here. Let me grab the ivy chests for this bit, because then I have statues. Then I'm just going to have this be traps. So detonators, dart traps. I'm going to toss like buckets in there. Unsorted, I'm going to toss clay pots. Ice mirrors. Oil rag sconce, cooking pot. Refined stone gets the ruby gemcorn. Okay, loot the rest of that, and I'm trying to break that habit of breaking chests as soon as I empty them out of all their contents. Okay, so now, nope, that's not right. I got statues for that. Okay, unsorted, sunflowers, then the seeds for them. I could have jungle in the jungle, but not going to worry about that. Hive 1, bone 1, water candle. Most of that was unsorted. The amount of penguins. So that's 6, so this would be 7. So now let's take our accessories, and now I could break that chest without problems. Okay, so accessories 1, I'm going to have... Give me a moment. I need to check up the accessory stuff for Terraria, because I know there are specific sets of accessories that are basically grouped together based on what they are. You know, combat, info, and such. And I can't remember exactly what the order is. Okay. So you got movement. So stuff like that. That I'd say is it. That I'd say is it. That. So movement, then you have informational, which would be stuff like the stopwatch. Basically anything that goes into the PDA. Health and mana. So pretty much just that. Combat, which I could see as like Feral Claws, Nature's Gift, maybe that. What else would count as combat? I mean, the balloon, the horseshoe and balloon probably count as that. And combat, shield. Yeah, I'll count the immunity stuffs as combat, as well as the royal slime. Movement, you also have the balloon. I'll count the step stool in there. Then you have construction and fishing. So construction, you have that, which I think the guide makes sense for why it would be construction. Then you have fishing at the end, but I don't have any fishing accessories, so I'm not actually going to make that fishing stuffs. Okay, so now everything's almost in a place of normalcy. I just need to fix chests. And then I need to go down. Deposit chest stuff. And using this, paint this a different color. It's too saturated for the environment I'm in. And I mean, it added some color to there. And right now I have a feeling in my gut that this is actually quite wrong. I like how the color looks. It goes well with the platforms. But that feeling in my gut could also be me wanting to throw up. Seriously, I don't know what's up. I actually want to see how... Oh, that's terrible. That just looks awful. How does gray look? You know, I actually dig that. So I'm turning all my gold chests to silver chests now, because I do like how that looks a lot. It really looks nice. And they still glow, so it makes it feel like they're actually silver. I do say that my type of building is more function and inform melded together, but form takes precedence. And for this one, I'm actually going to have it be food. Oh. Okay, so a lot of sorting done. What lamps would I like? I think I'll go with marble. And I have a joke that I could do, but it's terrible, and it's like it's verging on a pun. And so I don't want to elicit any groans. Just because I don't really enjoy puns myself unless they're really good, like music puns. If you have a good music pun, I say it's pretty worth it. I should have just made 6. Then I wouldn't have had to head up and down so many times. So there's that. All good and done. Now I just need to build up the desert home over beyond the jungle. And I need to get the ocean home to the left of the dungeon. But instead of worrying about that now, I'm going to instead go out and finish the elevator. Oh yeah, I'm just keeping this here because I don't want to move it. It's actually in a pretty perfect spot. So let's just grab from our chest some mining potions. And let's just make ourselves... Yeah, there's the warmth potion I was talking about. Some shine potions. I'm working on the elevator because I've done a lot of building, so I kind of wanted to work on something else. Happiness. Not a popular guy. Okay. You want something caught in honey. And I think it is just that's one of the only fish you'll ever catch in honey. So, you don't have to worry about being in a specific biome. If I get bored of working on the elevator, which you guys actually get to see a good bit of now. Because I don't know how much of it I did on the supplemental stream. Alright. I say that. Not a supplemental stream. On the supplemental video. I should have brought materials to continue the walls. And honestly, I really don't dig a lot of stuff about this. Mostly stuff like, just how the moss looks for it. And I am a dog covered in moss. I should love that. I think it's that it's not the right color of moss. Or maybe it's just that Terraria moss just kind of looks bland. Now that I have the potion active, I can continue digging the elevator. And this is the one time I'm happy of playing on a smaller world size than what I normally do. And what I normally play on is the large world size. I think, for me, large world size is basically perfect. Except for how long it takes you to get to the bottom of the world. It's just one of those, I get incredibly bored in going all the way down to the bottom of the world through an elevator. Since you're just digging a really, really big hole. And it's meant to make it easy, but honestly, the only reason I really advocate building an elevator at all is solely for gaining materials to build more stuff. Well, okay then. I also despise worms. I just despise them. Let me quickly grab this topaz here. Okay, had to sneeze. Took care of it. Yeah, if I had a better pickaxe, this would be a lot nicer, but it's not a catch-22, but it sort of is. The fastest way of mining a elevator pre-wall of flesh is with molten pick. But by the time you get the molten pick, you'll probably have already built yourself a elevator. So, it's one of those interesting cases. And it's mostly because stone takes longer to mine than other materials. Oh, wow, bone sword. So I probably want my farm to be off the side of my elevator. And I'm not going to make another one at my base. I don't like making elevators. I do just make one and then never again. Just never again. Let's see. I need a compass from something. I can't remember what drops the compass, though. I think the piranha might, but then again, I'm not too sure. This is where I kind of scold myself on not knowing just off the top of my head. Then I've gotten into a bunch in the past. Like, the only thing I miss from making the PDA is one of the information accessories from the angler. And every single time he refuses to give it up. So I never really go for the PDA. Solely because I know the angler's never going to give me the exact last item I need. I always end up making, like, 2 of the Master Angler's packs. Or whatever the all-in-one fishing item is. Usually whatever item I end up getting from him for the information stuff, I get one other, and then the final one is never seen of, but it's always different what I get and what I'm missing. Thankfully, I'm close to the underworld, so my talk on the angler isn't going to be the entire thing I use to fill the air. Out of what I need to do that I can think of, I need to build a Wall of Flesh arena. I need to build the AFK farm for hard mode, because I do think there is something I need from one of the one of the hard mode underground enemies that isn't from one of the evil biomes. I'm trying to think. That's why I like Manch a lot. I just love any weapon that allows me to say, okay, the enemy is right in front of me, but behind a wall that I don't want them to get over, but I could easily attack them from. Oh, yep. There are points where I kind of miss the other weapons that I had. So now, while building the Wall of Flesh runway, I need to be so careful. Solely for the voodoo demons. Because they have a notorious, like extremely notorious for me, streak of showing up with the voodoo doll and only ever being over lava. I mean, it's the underworld, it's going to happen, there's lava everywhere. But the thing that always gets me when it comes to the voodoo demons is they always fly directly into the lava. Like, yeah, I know that we're pestering you, and I know you're probably going to be able to take us out in a few attacks, but here's incentive to not. I'm dangling this guide voodoo doll in the lava. So, not much I can do for that. Besides, I need to fight the Queen Bee a couple more times just to get the bee gun. It doesn't go away in hard mode, I just want it. I want to collect as many of the magic weapons as possible because I'm kind of a hoarder when it comes to Terraria. Like, once I build a base and a storage system, then a lot of the problem comes from just holding on to too much random stuff. Oh. Okay. Oh, okay. Ow. Well, this tells me exactly where to start. And, of course, to anybody who has ever played a mage before, you know exactly the problem I now face. I need to find my brain just completely dropped whatever it was doing and decided, no, speaking is too difficult right now. I need to find shadow chests. So, I mean, my main goal here isn't to build up the entire runway. I just need to quickly set up a safety area from a lot of the enemies. Thankfully, water bolt helps a lot. Oh, I don't know if that actually lines up correctly. Because I have now, in comparison to my base world, I have now decided that, my way of handling the stairs was, in fact, terrible. So, got that. got that. It actually goes up at a slightly different angle than a lot of people would be used to. Just get that taken care of. And, of course, biggest thing with Wall of Flesh is he'll always keep, like, I believe the lowest part of him will attempt to stay directly above ash blocks and not care about anything else. So use that to your advantage when planning out your arena. What I'm going to end up doing is, for every single individual block, I'm going to have an ash block underneath it. This means that I can control how the Wall of Flesh reacts to my arena. And also means that I then don't have to worry about certain issues that start appearing when you have a Wall of Flesh arena. Like, for some reason, the Wall of Flesh keeps going underneath the arena. Or the runway, as it is. And of course, you need drainage canals for magma slimes. For certain locations, I'm not going to be too bad with this. Like, for this, I really don't want to give him, or give it, shouldn't assume the gender of a giant wall of flesh. But I should take care with this, as without the drainage canals, lava slimes become an issue, and now your mobility is obstructed because you didn't plan in drainage canals. And I'm a bit insane and decide that, well, I want the drainage canals to be absolutely, undisputably perfect. For that, I have what you see before you. Alternating every single block as open space. This means that if I just feed a lava slime, the lava will immediately either fall through the runway. That's one too high, that's one too high. Oh! There's the horrific creature. Or that causes nightmares. Oh yeah, the only downside of this arena. Items can still fall through. Also, enemies don't really have a chance to spawn on this. So, it's a nice way of handling enemies if you are having trouble with numbers. Because I think it does limit their spawns just from not having a large enough path to go from. I mean, I'm not sure how it works in the underworld. For all I know, oh, this could actually be increasing the spawns by almost double. I will keep a platform there, so that then I can head down. Oh, I did it bad. Yeah, the true downfall of mages. Your glass cannonness is never more present than right now. as while in the underworld, enemies have a ton of damage and just don't really feel like they're taking much. And I'm opening up as much as possible. Well, because, well, this is one of those situations where you want ample firing arcs. The biggest problem that a lot of classes face, aside from Warrior, so mainly, actually, Summoner, now that I think about it, has a similar problem. So basically, Ranger and Mage have a big problem when it comes to the Wall of Flesh fight. You have to hit it. And that's the same problem with Warrior. Oh. Okay, just water bolt everywhere. Yeah, water bolt annihilates various enemies. Hence why it was fixed that you no longer could get an early water bolt from the dungeon. Which, for those of you who really just wanted to steamroll early game with Mage, tough luck. Now, building this arena is incredibly slow, offers no real opportunity to place down buffs, except heart lanterns and stars in a bottle. You can place down loads of those. Oh, since they only take up one tile space. Well, a 1x2 tile space, so basically it conforms to how I have the arena built. And I use arena and runway interchangeably here, just because, basically it's a Wall of Flesh arena. Just the entire biome is an arena. But yeah, you can see right there that the lava is easily be taken care of, and I face no harm further down. Ooh, an obsidian rose. Oh wait, what? That's an actual thing. And I always forget the obsidian rose actually has a use in the form of, well, being an obsidian rose. It reduces your damage to lava. So I need to figure out exactly how this goes. If I had a peace candle or invisibility potion, this would probably be a bit better, since then I don't have to deal with enemies, worry about anything. Now I just have a Journey song stuck in my head. Just randomly, music will play in my head. And then I tried getting that looked at, and I keep getting mixed responses of, it's nothing, oh, you should really see a neurosurgeon and talk about stuff, but I just don't worry about it. And I mean, who doesn't want random songs from 80s, 70s, a few 60s songs in there, early aughts, maybe a few things from the 90s. Yeah, just loads of different eras of songs. Ooh, Shadow Chest. If I get what I want, this could be really good for me. Let's get rid of the... No, I need those. I realize that I actually do need those. So. there is the wild treasure magnet. Something that would be nice a bit earlier. And this is where we get a bunch of heart reach potions. So, mark that as favorite. I do not have a pig on me, so I'll just toss potions and stuff. There we go. Water walking potion. It's surprisingly useful down here, because for the purposes of the water walking potion, yeah, there's half the problems of the underworld taken care of. And I call it that because right there, it's the underworld. Well, I may say hell of occasionally, but I go based off of what the information stuff tells me, and that's what I count. Yeah, just get that chucked. Okay. But yeah. Areas like right here cause issues. Ah. Now I face a couple of issues. Let's just place these down. Nope. So, one of the things I'm going to try to do during the process of building this out, like, I'm not going to spend the entire rest of the stream building out I don't know what to call it now. I keep saying arena, so I want to say arena. But I also know it's not really an arena in the traditional sense. So, I guess I should just call it the runway. Okay, I've locked the lava slime out for a tiny bit. But in building this, like the tall buildings, having to go through them, it just allows you to spare some of your resources. But at the same time, it causes an issue with the wall of flesh where, in fighting him, you now have him jump all the way down to try and stick above the ash blocks. So that's why I place ash blocks underneath the arena. I haven't tested this yet. This is an untested change, because I decided to try this in my journey mode world. Or did I try? Okay, now this is going to become apparent, and very soon, that oftentimes I forget what exactly I did. But then again, I've changed characters from the base world, just really anything character, or which focused on melee for whatever reason. And I just don't remember what I did. Yeah, taking care of enemies is kind of a pain. Oh, and I take care of ash that's a bit higher up, just to avoid a couple of issues. Mostly to avoid the wall of flesh deciding, yeah, no, I'm just going to start climbing up. Yeah, as long as I have that. Yeah. I need to stop fumbling. There. Get that taken care of, and then just keep going. Yeah, I'm almost at 4 hours. I have 20-ish minutes left before 4 hours have elapsed. And then I have another hour to get to 1. Well, roughly that. The amount of time I just said. Roughly that amount of time. Okay, just... Water bolt. Water bolt panic. Don't aim, just shoot. Exactly what you want to hear the protagonist of many things say. Especially when they're supposed to be the calm and rational one. There's some platinum detected nearby. If I could find out about, like, the shadow chest, which it will. It will say. I just wish it had a... I just wish I was closer. Because there are 2 weapons. Yeah, there's 2 weapons that I can get from the shadow chests. Also, with the water bolt, I can trivialize Queen Bee, so I could easily go off and attempt the refight without a proper arena. So, I have the honey blocks, the stingers. Okay, how close am I? Oh yeah, I've used a teleportation potion, and the result was heading to the leftmost spot in hell and the rightmost spot in hell. Teleportation potions are a wacky, wacky thing. Yeah, let's just... Yeah, a bit of bile came up there. Let's just get some of this going. Honestly, you can use whatever block you want. I use stone because it's what I have the most of. And I always have the whole thought of, well, wood would burn. So why use it to build anything that would have to go up against lava? Yeah, let's just take care of this quickly. So, when it gets closer to the end of the Match the Mystic adventure, like, I'm just talking about this now because I realized, wow, I've actually like, this is only, what, the 4th stream of Manch the Mystic, with only 2 supplemental videos not actually progressing at all. All just there so that then I can do some stuff off screen to take care of. Like, just anything I don't think anybody would really enjoy watching me stream. So, I want to make sure that everything works out. But, when I'm done with the Manch the Mystic series, I would like, to have a poll to decide the next character that I play for streaming. Since, I mean, that was my plan, to stream each of the classes and just have fun building up a bunch of different bases and kind of explaining a bit more of the stuff about how the class works. Like, mages are glass cannons, and focus more on dodging than tanking any hits. And out of everything, worry about your mana regen, because if you don't have that mana regeneration potion, you need to stay relatively topped up on health, or on mana. And you really need to worry about honestly, the biggest thing to worry about would probably be running out of mana. Because once you run out of mana, you've basically lost all leverage in the fight. Get used to having multiple weapons on your hotbar, or definitely remember where they're placed. Take some time to play around with other magic weapons that you might not be used to using. Since you could say, oh, I only wanted to play a mage who uses books because I think that looks interesting in my head, or would play interesting. And in actuality, it would be painful. It would be painful because if you restrict yourself, like, only using, like, a wooden sword until you get your first book, well, good luck with Skeletron. Because Skeletron's where you're going to get your first book at a, I think it's 10% chance to drop. So, stabs are generally what you're going to have early game as a mage, and I'm going to focus on building up the right side of this. Okay, just detected nearby. That imp should be out of my hair for a bit. Yep. Now I just need to pull that back. I like Magic Missile a lot, since it has the homing aspect. So let's just, yeah, let's get the stairs started sooner rather than later. So that involves figuring out the exact block. Oh, I'm not worrying about mining Hellstone because as a mage, Hellstone has no real purpose. Since Hellstone armor is a warrior armor that increases melee damage. And reduces your damage from the on fire debuff. Not just all sources of fire, sadly. And you don't make any mage weapons out of the molten anything. Like, Hellstone is just used for melee, and you have a bow you can get out of it. Okay. Just need to place that back. This is one of those moments where having something like the magic missile is helpful. And I am incredibly sorry for any headset users. If the clicking is way too loud, I wish I could turn it down. But what you're hearing comes from my mic. Okay, let's just place this up here. Get the dresser just placed down wherever I could get it out of the way. Let's see, is there anything I could use to just... or get rid of that would free up some inventory space? Probably the doors. I mean, the tombstone, but I kind of want to keep that on my person. The ruby I can at least place down. Except I can't because I just placed it on where I need. Actually, no, that sorted itself out. Oh. This is why I'm careful when I build in the lava channels. Oh yeah, you can get meteorite bars from hell. Which is interesting, so you find a bit of the heavens in hell. Irony? Question mark? Yeah, just trying to give myself a bit more room with the whole lava problem. You know, lava, it's a problem. It kills you. Oh, come on. Okay, let's head back to the surface. Get a lot of the stuff sorted out. My lips are incredibly dry. Okay, that's a lot of stuff taken care of. I can upgrade some things. So now, potions chest just outside. Bring those down. That... Honestly, I have no clue where I could place the ash blocks. But then again, I'm not going to keep them. Let's get that and that sorted. That sorted. And now I get to place away the accessories. So, magma stone, that goes in combat. Obsidian rose, and wild treasure magnet. I'm going to count the obsidian rose in health, because it stops you from taking damage. or reduces the damage you take from fire. What? Wild treasure magnet. Honestly, doesn't really fit anywhere, so I'm going to put it at the end. The bone sword. Yeah, just there. That needs to be put there. Then I need... Oh yeah, I can finally make a valuable few things. That just required sturdy fossil. So, with 20, I can make that. With another 20, I can make that. I'll make an actuation rod because it's useful. I then don't have to place down actuator. Well, I do need to place down actuators still. It just means that I don't have to then spend the time placing down wire for each one. So I actually need to dig up these gravestones. Okay. Oh, of course. I also need to move the wall hangings chest. But I will put up a nice wall hanging right there. You know, really ties the room together. Okay, so wall hanging. Nope. More of those need to be there. Unsorted for those. Then wherever I place a main crafting area. Honestly, I'm just going to place these down here. Have the NPCs deal with the Grim Spectre, or that is their hero's own demise. Space Gun, 21 damage. Technically better than the Aqua Scepter. But the Aqua Scepter is more of a... Actually, let's look at this. 16, 23, very fast, average knockback. Extremely weak knockback, very fast. Yeah, I can just kind of rapid fire it. Yeah, I'll keep it, but I'm not going to use it. But those can go into tools. Because now I have a ham axe. Exactly what I needed. Oh, the traveling merchant has arrived. Huzzah. Oh, I forgot I had another treasure magnet. Obsidian brick and ash blocks. So now, I just keep the obsidian brick on me since... I really am just lazy and don't want to go back to the stone chest. Well, the refined stone chest for that. Okay, stopwatch, already have katana. Don't need bamboo leaf. I would love the red panda, but no. Ammo box, I don't use ammo. Fancy dishes, wow. Okay, I'm almost at 4 hours. I need to take a quick break. You know, handle bodily needs, handle the ongoing battle between dry throat and choking to death on my own spit. So, just need to quickly put away the magic weapon. And I will be right back. Enjoy the break. Hello everyone, I am back. Ah man. I'm deciding to just tough it out for the final hour. Or I'm not going to go and grab a drink. Trying to figure out exactly what I need to do next. I could do some more work, especially since that's not a lot of runway. So I think I just do this, which should hopefully place down torches exactly where I need them to. Okay. I'm gonna have to deal with this later, but honestly, I don't care at this point. I don't need to get out of hell once I'm in there. Come on. Give me the book. I will eventually take your magic from you. Oh, and of course I need to open up the channels for here. Oh yeah, that kind of gets a bit jarring, so... in any sort of diagonal, when you have just stood there, you took it. That just makes it a bit easier, since I'm pretty sure, yeah, that's a lot smoother. So instead of having to worry about, well, running and getting your speed eaten by blocks, go forth, magic missile. Destroy my enemies for me while I deal with my own impending demise. Yeah. Strong dark lance. Now I have the Darkwing Duck theme song stuck in my head. I'm not sure why that came into my mind immediately. I mean, why does anything pop into any of our minds? Just the brain correlating in various experiences between our lives and what we see on a daily basis. I don't care if I sound deep or not. Honestly, I just want to have fun playing a game that I enjoy a lot of. Like, out of everything, even though I haven't broken 1,000 hours of playing Terraria yet, I just have way too much fun playing it. And this is an odd phenomenon, because Terraria is a game that I never beat. And I constantly come back to it. Not because I haven't beaten it, but because there's always some different way to handle playing the game. So it's genuinely a situation of I play it multiple times because it's just fun. And I haven't experienced that with a lot of other games. The closest being Monster Hunter, but I see that as I just play Monster Hunter, start it once, and then just continue to play on that file. I don't ever seem to restart. I shouldn't say don't ever seem to. I should just say I very rarely restart. The only time I ever do is when I'm essentially forced to. Oh yeah, the reason you can't break the blocks drawers are on is because drawers act like chests. And yeah, no, this is fine. For certain things, I'm just going to say bugger it, that's enough space. Especially since I don't have to worry as much as a ranged character would. Since with ranged characters, you have the immortal problem of, well, I have ammo, and my target isn't that... Well, it is pretty big. But it also is something I can't just always hit. So, in trying to explain what exactly I mean, essentially take it this way. With Rangers, you have a very limited amount of ammo. Mages, you essentially have limited amounts of ammo for a time, but then you get it back. It just automatically comes back. Melee, you just have a tough time with Wall of Flesh. Summons, you summon. And I mean, if you wanted, you could have your summons do everything for you for the fight, except then you're gonna run out of space. But Rangers I see as having it a bit tough, just in the fact that they need much more of an arc than Mages. With Mages, you have attacks that can redirect quite easily. Oh, there's our Flower of Fire. I'm slowly amassing an armory of amazing weapons. And I'm trying to think of what I would use Hellstone for if I were to gather it. Because, I mean, I normally gather Hellstone. I guess... Actually, that would be the reason. The exact reason would be to make the pickaxe. And for that, I would need 3 hellstone bars. Oh yeah, that's how that works. Just keep firing water bolts. Oh yeah, the spawn rates in hell are turned way up from anywhere else. You also have one of the largest open spaces in your world. Not completely open, but it's a fairly big amount of the world that is open. Well, if I had one of those magnets, that would be perfect. Well, thankfully the Flower of Fire does loads of damage. Place that there. Yeah, let's just place down a regular torch. Okay. And we're continuing out our bridge. If I wanted to, I could use a different thing, like have it be every 4th block I have as the missing block. And I think I'm going to change that around so that then the flower fire is a bit easier to use. Yeah, let's get the ash blocks down, and then I'll go to the jungle and refight the queen bee for the bee gun. Since it will be a helpful tool in the fight. Oh wow, that's a lot of hellbats. Okay, if I get one for demons, then I've definitely been taking out way too many enemies. I mean, it's not a bad thing to take out a bunch of enemies. It's just kind of an odd one to have happen. Since I don't actively go out for banners. Come on. Oh, that wasn't worth it. I had to angle that. I didn't control it near perfectly. Let's just take care of enemies. Okay. Oh. Okay. So now, to store all the random stuff, and any extra potions that I have. Thorns isn't really a good one. Personally, I don't mind having a pet Shadow Mimic. It's adorable and purple. I think Manch would I think Manch loves the Shadow Mimic pet. And I could see him having like a regular pet, but at the same time, a Shadow Mimic is just perfect for a mage to have as a pet. Especially look at him. He spins with glowing purple energy. What was I putting away again? I was going to toss that. Ah, there it is. My eyes genuinely deleted the item from my view. Okay, so yeah, just going off to fight the queen bee is what I'm going to get done. But before that, let me just grab a few things from the wood misc chest. And then from the wood walls chest, I make a quick chair and throw the guide in front of it. And I'm pretty sure as soon as I get close enough to the guide... Oh yeah, he is booking it. You know what? No. Don't worry about it. Just head down this way. Let me just grab those honey bottles. And see how to make an abomination. Crafting. And there. Abomination. Stinger, 5 hive, bottled honey. Yeah, I should have enough. Or maybe 1. So I need mob materials. stingers, bottled honey, honey, and hive. So in the jungle, yes. I'm going to make 3. Not using up too many materials. And, I mean, if I don't get it in 3, that's going to be a lot. So let's just grab some of the essential potions. I could have... not gonna worry about that. The heart reach is too good. Mana regen. Now it's just to actually make some of the other potions that I need. Magic power. Regen. Shouldn't need Shine or Night Owl. So I think I'm actually good with these. The only reason I ever put Shine and Night Owl potions on my person is usually to allow anybody watching the ability to see what I'm doing. So Jungle Pylon. I could fight her in the above ground jungle, or I can head over to the right. I didn't know that my mimic came with a rocket. I enjoy having pets on. Especially since it's quite enjoyable to say, oh yeah, that would be the character's pet. So what would the pet's name be? I think Manch would name the mimic Mimi. The area cleared out. I got places to be. Just a really busy mage who has to fight a massive bee a couple more times. Knowing my luck, I'm going to get exactly what I was missing in almost no time. Oh, and of course the Flower of Fire is going to be slightly difficult to use here. Well, enough prattling on. Oh, that's a good weapon to use. Okay, time for water bolts. I don't think I'll even need the buffs. Oh, I'm out of mana. That's why I need the buffs. So instead of Water Bolt, I think I just focus on using Magic Missile. Since if I just Water Bolt like crazy, I'm just kind of wasting my mana. Except for now. Now, Water Bolt is awesome because then I can just stack up mana. Yeah, this is what happens when you get some dungeon loot. And some underworld. Okay. Yep. Get as many bees out of here as I can. When I have enough mana on the ground, I think Water Bolt's actually worth it. Okay, let's see, and... well, there we go. And technically I could have the high pack on instead. Okay, then I would have to do that, though. But then I have the massive bees, which do bonus damage. And genuinely, this is how certain bosses just easily get defeated. Like, the amount of damage I'm dealing to the Queen Bee as essentially passive damage is actually kind of worth not having the wings. And since I easily take out as many of the smaller bees as possible, I actually am free to attack with really whatever. There's where I need the wings, though. Without proper mobility, I am just dead. So, there's your show of why you don't just say, well, this'll be better because it increases the damage slightly. Unless it's a massive bonus, it is worth it. Fountains and such. Oh. Okay, I have a problem in trying to talk to you. Yeah, nothing. I mean, I might as well head back down, grab the gold, and, fight her for the final time. I got my Abomination, so I guarantee if I only made one, I wouldn't have gotten the fight. Or, I wouldn't have gotten the bee gun. And honestly, I don't really care for the Aqua Scepter. I mean, in this fight it could be good, but I'm not too sure. So, in using what I will believe to be my best judgment, I'm going to just have the bee gun take its place. And honestly, the Flower of Fire isn't really my cup of tea either. It's just huge damage. Like, 58 magic damage out of all my other weapons is big. If I had the scythe, then I would be even better off. All I need is the gold to be able to abuse this. So, there's the golden tombstone. Considering how I handle this. Okay, well, you're flying around like that. That's why I need the bigger arena. And yeah, you see I don't have any of the massive bees. Yeah. Really, the bee gun is absurd against... Oh. Keep forgetting about that whole mana regen issue. I just kind of rapid-fire bee gun. You know what? Let's just buff the mana regen so that then I don't have to worry about this. Like, yeah. Okay, so the Aqua Scepter is really nice for that. But everything else I should use something with a bit more power and a bit more of a usefulness. I think Aqua Scepter is just kind of a poor man's water bolt. Yeah, I almost never seem to press 1 when using my varying weapons. The downside of the bees. They kind of are a bit disjointed when it comes down to it. They really do lose focus quite easily. Yeah, there we are. Sorry I went silent there. Or I just... At certain points, I get really, really focused. And it's kind of an uncontrollable habit where I just clam up when I just need absolute concentration. Oh cool, a bee mask. If I was doing get all the masks thing, then that would be pretty nice. Vanity 1 goes in there. Everything else has a place. Oh yeah, and of course, gravestones and their looks are based on whether or not you died with a certain amount of gold on you. So, in the case of certain gravestones, you will only get it if you died filthy rich. Did I just plant a bunch of water leeks? Yes, I did. Okay, no, just tearing up the entire lot from there. This is normally why I don't do too much in the way of mass farming for, well, anything in Terraria. I always find some way to bork it. To mess it up, or in general leave some key part just surprisingly untouched. Just like, oh yeah, I need to build a specific farm. So, okay, now I wonder what block replace. Is that doing so with the Staff of Regrowth? That is an important question. But not one that I really care for. So, I just needed to fix something on my old monitor. I have potions. I'm not going to take on the Wall of Flesh right now, since I have a few important things to get. I need a compass, and I need the DPS meter. As well, I need a bunch of fish for a couple different potions. With that, I am going to also end up having to work for the angler, and that's not going to be fun. I may take on the old one's army. It just means I have a couple more things to do. Okay, so who's currently where? I need to get a desert home set up for those NPCs. I already have the forest taken care of. I also need an ocean biome for... I also need an ocean home. Plus, I need to find the stylist. I just kind of haven't been searching. Where would be a good place to search for the stylist? No real clue. Which is perfect, isn't it? If I had teleportation potions, I definitely have somewhere to go off of. But I think, instead, I have this Fisher of Souls. Yeah, I didn't grab the mechanics fishing rod because I just couldn't buy it. Okay. So, I need to go to one of a few places. Plus, I just need a few blocks quickly. Jungle, I need mud blocks. And don't worry about this. I'm just making a quick spot to get a bunch of bait for my fishing rod. If I have flower boots, that is. I think I got them I know I got them, but I can't remember if I got them. No, I didn't get them in this. So right now, that's just a slow patch. Oh god, now my head's starting to hurt. And we're only 24 minutes off from being able to end off the stream. Close to it, at least. I could try and explore more Sky Islands. I think I'm just kind of tired, really tired. I think I will take this time to quickly make a mushroom farm. It's not going to take too long. The part that'll take the longest length of time is definitely having the mushroom grass spread. So I need, from the unsorted, half of those because I want to keep the other half. And then from the jungle chest, all of that. From the snow chest, all of that. Floor I'm going to handle the same way. But I'm not going to go too far with it. Like for this, I'm just going to go... roughly like this. So, up 3, and to side 3, then that's 3, that's the 5. So has anybody watched the and thus Kishibe Rohan spoke? Because personally I quite enjoyed it. Then again, it's JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and after finally watching it, did my mimic just vomit up coins? Not going to question it, just going to accept that it is a mimic, and it probably vomited up coins. Yeah, it does. I'm now worried that Manch's pet is sick. Oh man, I'm not remembering anything of what I've just done besides I beat Skeletron, beat Queen Bee, I went to hell, and then it's mostly like base improvement. So I guess for the written thing it's going to be focused on the Skeletron fight with the old man and the Queen Bee, with just a bit of before taking on the final two quarries before we're at the Wall of Flesh. Manch took the time to spruce up the base. I shouldn't do that yet. There we are. I needed to make sure that it wouldn't break anything that I've already worked on. And I should have broken some of the walls so that then that would have removed a fair few of them. Yep. Just use another one. turns out, explosives are a great way of removing a huge chunk of an area. That's probably going to blow up some of the wall. Yeah. Exactly what I didn't want to happen. Nope. Now that I've gotten the area cleared out, my plan for the mushroom farm is actually very simple. I am just going to actuate every single block once mushrooms have started growing. Pretty simple, right? It's like how old jungle stuff's farmed or made. And I mean, mostly so with building, I try to build concept based rather than to a hard standard. Like, with this, I'm building more so for the ability to grow something and have it be something I can do in pretty much anything and just change slightly how it looks. Or maybe completely how it looks. And this isn't that large of a space in all honesty. Let's remove that. Move that up there. Then I need to grab the snow walls. So, oops. From the jungle chest, I need those still. From the snow chest, I need that. From the wood blocks chest, I need the dynasty wood. Because that's what I'm going to use as the nicer flooring. You can just paint it differently. Besides, I need to get some walls up. So have that follow along here. And then I think I just border the walls with the snow brick and have the rest be mushroom walls as the main area in which it's growing is designed to be a perfect spot to grow mushrooms. So there's that done. And I think that can be changed over, just like with that. I think it just makes it work a bit better. So now I have the task of breaking down all of that wall. But I have the easier bonus of doing this. So head up 3. Let's make it 4. Have this go to either end, then up 1. And yeah, I'm just going to do it this way. Since the mushrooms I want to farm just grow from a 1x1 space. And with that, it allows me, with this, it allows me to place the mushroom seeds and have it grow pretty rapidly because I have the seeds working together. So one in this corner, and let's go with one there. And now I'm given the option of where the others will be placed. And this is honestly just going to be all that there is to this. I may want something to be in between the walls for the mushroom walls and the snow brick. Since I'm honestly not sure how those two, like the snow brick and the mushroom walls, I'm not sure how they'll interact with each other. Like, will the mixing look nice, or will it look a bit awful? So with that, 1, 2, 3, so then 1, 2, 3, so the next one I put down would be the optimal, or not optimal, just the next place if I want to keep the pattern that I've done. I won't be able to do the same for the next 3. Maybe. I'm actually not sure if I'll be able to get another 3 up from this. Placing all the walls is going to be a pain, though. I just realized that. Maybe I should work on placing the walls while I still can. So that would mean just doing that, and let's do the same, yeah, over here. So I'm technically stopping their ability to spread for a tiny bit of time, also that then I can quickly finish up building the environment that the mushrooms are going to stay in. Not there. Yes, from there. And you know what? Let's do that. Grab some walls from here. I mean, one thing I could do is have actuated blocks. Yeah, no, I feel like that needs some, like, containment block around it. So, let me consider what would be... Actually, where is something good? I could have it be... maybe the smooth sandstone walls, just painted a specific color. I'll say it is something. I think that'll work as a... I could have it be like special snow that keeps the mushrooms from mutating and spreading out of control. But I'll only really care about it as like the box works. Yeah, this is why I should have focused on putting the walls in first. But also, I need to figure out exactly... Yeah, no, I can get that far. And I think I want it to then stop there. So... then I just pull this wall across. Yeah, there's one of the mushrooms. It's growing in. So now, let's just fill in the gaps. Since I'm not sure if the glowing mushrooms will be inhibited by walls or aided by walls. It's kind of one of those you don't know until it happens kind of things. Now I'm starting to get hungry. Then again, I have been going for a while. If I look over, I have been streaming for almost 5 hours. Which is my goal. I want to stream for about 5 hours when playing Terraria. And I chose that time to make sure that when doing anything, I'd be able to have exactly enough time to do, like, tougher fights in hard mode. So, I don't need to worry about lighting this up too much. Okay. The hook started to get a bit messed up. Let's take care of that, and... yep. Now I just need some more light. So I just placed that there. Let's cover this line up. And then... you know what? Let's just... let's not do what I was going to do. That didn't look nice at all. I like boreal wood more for its use in being a possible trim. So, jungle... I'll count the mushroom walls for it. I mean, where else would you put mushroom walls? And I like to think of it as the blue mushroom biome and the jungle biome. To mud are essentially like the corruption and crimson. Not like evil biomes, but as invading areas that slowly take over. I will have windows up here, though. That I want. So, not everything is done yet. I still need to paint that. But it's almost done. Okay. I'll take the pig from up here and move it down here. So that then I can access my paint. And honestly, I'm not sure what to do for painting. Let's just grab all the painting supplies, head over to the jungle, buy a couple of different paints, and then from there, do some stuff. Like, if I could turn the mushroom biome purple, that would be cool. But for right now, I need white paint. And, oh yeah, I didn't give you a bed. So, let's just head back over to snow. Whoops. And now it is time for this. Oh, that is a bright white. I did not know what I was getting myself into with that. Besides, I sort of have a new idea. Or at least I want to fix this. So, now you have that fixed. I want to see how it looks with gray instead. If I could actually get around. So that, regular purple and deep purple. And I needed to grab more of the ice, or snow brick walls. Since I'm just going to keep to what I said about the whole containment thing. So, first things first. Okay, that does nothing. So, gray. I think that actually looks... I mean, it could just be the dark... Yeah, it was mostly the darkness. Just with the blue tint, it actually does look like something different. Let's have purple instead. Purple has an interesting effect on it. Deep purple. Actually, in this light, I can barely tell the purples apart. I'm going to use deep purple instead. Since, in my mind, this is meant to be a containment field sort of thing. I think that's good. I think that's got exactly what I needed it to do. So, let's put our painting supplies away. Kind of more in the fact that I bought a bit of white paint and didn't end up needing to use it. But hey, now we get to the fun part. Wiring this up. Since the whole goal of this was to get a bunch of blue mushrooms. This should yeah, let's remove that. And have a switch. Do I have a switch already? Traps? No. Well. Mechanic, I need a switch. Or a lever. I like the lever. It is it is big and reminds me of the Emperor's New Groove. Yep, exactly how I wanted it to work. Also, the fact is, you get the light just goes crazy when they're actuated for some reason. So, now that that's cleared up, I also need to work on eventual biome fishing areas, and I don't want to go to other biomes, so instead I'm going to improve Manch's base a bit. So you know that pillar design? I'm going to use that to build up like biome fishing spots. And that's going to be a big task, but for right now, that's all I have time for. Or I've done the 5 hours. It's almost 2 minutes left, roughly. Or at least 1 where I'm at. Essentially, I'm almost done with streaming, so let's pull up the screen. I hope you've enjoyed, and if you're watching the VOD on YouTube, please check me out live on twitch.tv/morningdayu. If you're watching me on Twitch and you want to see some of the older stream VODs, I have all of the old stream VODs except for any that have faced unfortunate deletion by not actually being recorded and deletion by just being terrible, like slideshow. Definitely check out my YouTube. You can find the link in my bio on Twitch, and oh god, I've accidentally turned the biome into a mushroom biome. Yeah, this is the downside of the whole mushroom. So, let me just quickly... Yeah. I now apparently live in a mushroom biome. If I go down too far. So, yeah, that's interesting. Kind of forgot about that. Anyway, shilling out of the way. I hope you all have a great rest of the day. And going to try something and figure out a good ending phrase, since I've just been using a generic one / one somebody else has already used. So anyway, still hope you've enjoyed, and I will see you when you next come around. Goodbye.